Is off here at Tamarack Ski Resort. We have Tim Mackey already on the hill, starting off our pro senior stock class currently. Got kind of a different little voice on here today. My name is Randy Reed. I'm helping JD out with on the Blue Lane Media. He wasn't able to make it up this weekend, so I'm here helping out this weekend, making sure you guys know who's up on the hill. Beautiful resort here. All right, looks like we got Tim Mackey with a 132.34. Up next, we are going to have Jim Marshall that's going to be coming up the hill. We're about halfway up the hill. Down at the bottom, we got a couple of flags up there and down at the bottom, and so we're halfway up the hill. We're going to be catching the good juicy part of this hill, the top, where it's going to show us a little bit more of the race from down at the bottom. All right, here goes Jim Marshall. Coming around here. Coming up here on gate 8. This course this weekend is definitely a little bit longer than the courses that we've seen. Definitely faster than what we had down at Beaver last weekend. Here we go, Jim. It is definitely icy this morning. He came up with a 139.22. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. All right, up next we have Jim Ames. He's going to be coming up here with a skidoo. He's from Perry, Utah. It's always fun watching these old boys come up here and show a lot of people how it's done. Jim Ames with a 130 4:49. All right, up next we got Alan Parks on a Polaris, Island Park, Idaho. He's next up to come on the course. All right, Alan Parks coming out of Island Park, Idaho. Here he is coming up on gate 6 right here, and then we're transitioning over here to gate 8. Right here at the top, they got some good corners, couple whoops. They definitely have some good steep side hilling this morning. It's going to be a little bit icy for them, but it's good to see them. We're making them all up to the top already, first riders out of the day. That's a good sign. We're going to have some good racing today. All right, looks like Alan's time was a 1:51:36. Up next, we will be having Robert McKee riding a Polaris from Woodville, Virginia. Big shout out to Elevated Powersports, sponsoring Blue Lane Media. All right, here we go. We got up to gate 6 right here. first racers out are definitely going to get a good look and see what those whoops are going to be looking like, see what side hill's going to turn out to be like, see if they could get a little bit of a trench going across. Definitely cold this morning, so it's probably a little hard, icy for them. See if you can get her pulled around up for that last gate. Looks like he's going to call it right there just before that last gate. Got some hill help coming to help in. Get those side hills. I mean, this right off this morning, it's super cold. You got more of a spring snow going on, so it's definitely going to be hard packed across these side hills. So it's going to be a little bit tougher until they can get those trenched out across there and get a couple people with a good path going. All right, we have Farron Gilberts riding Skidoo coming out of Cascade, Idaho. Hometown here for him, not too far of a drive. See if Farron can lay down a good time for qualifying today on his home turf. Go Farron. Made it up over the top there. Looks like Farron got a 140.76. Up next on the hill, we will be having Brad Sharp riding Skidoo. He's coming from Moxie, Washington. Right, looks like he's hitting up here to gate. Coming up here on gate 7. See what he can do up here on this top section. Hit those side hills really smooth. see what his official time, well, unofficial time it comes across as. .131 was Brad Sharp's time. Next, coming up the hill, we will be having Scott Long on Skidoo from Spirit Lake, Idaho. See how he gets along across these side hill parts just on these last couple flags. It's carrying that momentum. Gets him across looking really nice. .133.84. Up next, we're going to be having Jeff Rogers, Skidoo, coming from Camas, Utah. Sounds like this is his first race of the season. Not a bad one to kick it off on. You got beautiful Tamarack here. You got the lake. Beautiful resort. Sounds like he definitely helped out RMSHA a lot with the races, and on this last race decided to get it together and be able to come out here and put on a race today. Jeff Rogers coming in with a 138.29. 138.29. Up next, we're going to be having Scott Neeson, also on Skidoo, coming out of Wilson, Wyoming. Scott Neeson out of Wilson, Wyoming on Skidoo. One of them just went down. All right, Scott Neeson heading up on this last part of the track here on gate 8. These skidoos are going to be having to carry some momentum across these side hills, especially if they're not getting it up on one ski. They don't want to. Oh man, he didn't go across that side hill, missed that gate. Possible sled troubles. Sitting there at the top looking like something may be wrong mechanically. Up next we have coming on the course is going to be Dave Chisin riding Skidoo, coming from Sicamous, British Columbia. Hopefully I don't do too bad of a job slaughtering somebody's name or their town that they're from, but definitely try my best to get it correct for everybody. Sycamore, British Columbia? Maybe that's what it is. Mhm. Dave's going to wrap up our pro senior stock class today. Coming all the way from British Columbia. Come around that gate 16. Finish hard on that last gate. Dave's time comes in at 1:46.61. That brings us into our Pro Master Stock class, and that's going to be Trent Handsaker coming from Camas, Utah, riding Skidoo today. Trent Handsaker. Here he comes up on gate 9, coming through this winding section into the whoops. Carrying that good momentum across. Current handshakers time 123.10. 123.10. Up next, we are having Jim Ames riding Skidoo coming out of Perry, Utah. All right, we have Jim Ames coming up on the course currently. Looking nice coming through that whoop section. Jim Ames time coming in at 1:30.10. Up next in our ProMaster stock class, we have Justin Jacobson on a Skidoo today. He's coming out of Montpelier, Idaho. Coming across that line, starting to pick some speed up on that last one, catching a bit of air up there. Justin Jacobson's time 1:25.43. 1:25.43. Up next on the hill, we have Jim Marshall coming up, riding Polaris, coming out of Paris, Idaho. Coming up here on gate 7. You could definitely hear the snow crunching and how crisp it is this morning. Good finish for Jim off of that gate 17. Jim's time comes in 1:35.92, 1:35.92. Up next, we're going to have Cody Brown. He's riding a Skidoo out of Wellsville, Utah. Coming up on the hill pretty quick, Cody Brown. Looks like he's looking around a little bit, realizing. Looks like he missed that gate just there to the left before it comes across the side hill. Coming back down. That gate 14. They'll probably high mark him at 14. As long as he didn't go through that gate 15, he should be getting to time. Maybe they did, I don't know. I don't show anybody on the... They don't have anybody on the hill right now on our lane. Mm-mm. All right, we got Jesse Toxic on a Skidoo coming out of Friendship, Wisconsin. 7 on this top section. They got some good berms where they're set into these corners right here pretty good. It warms up a little bit. We'll see what these whoops end up doing, see if they end up getting some good holes down on the bottoms or what they're going to look like once it turns a little mushier. Come through that timer gate, Jesse Poxic. Jesse's time comes in 1:29:08. 1:29:08. Next up on this blue lane, we're going to be having Tim Mackey. He's going to be on Articat, coming out of Clark, Colorado. Up, coming to a 1:27:96. Tim Mackey for a 1:27:96. Up next, we have Danny Johnson, Skidoo, coming out of Camas, Utah. Danny Johnson coming up the hill. Danny Johnson, time 1:26:90. We've got a 1:26.90. Robert McKee's time, 1:44:33. Up next, we have Zach Wormers. Zach Wormers coming from Bozeman, Montana, riding on a Polaris. Zach Wormer's time coming in at 1:35:66, 1:35:66. A few more to go in our Pro Master class. Up next, we have Dustin Pancari, riding on a Polaris. Idaho Falls, Idaho is where he's coming from. Looks like they're getting a little bit of a berm going on that gate 16. Dustin time comes in at 1:34:33, 1:34:33. Up next on the course is Greg Gates. Greg Gates is coming from Rock Springs, Wyoming, riding on a Polaris. Craig Gates. Like I said, I'm going to try not to butcher too many people's names today. See if I could get more than half right. Craig's time comes in unofficially at 133.17, 133.17. Last in our Pro Master stock class. It's going to be coming up here in just a minute. It's Dolan Phelps. He's coming out of Fish Haven, Idaho, riding a Polaris. All right, here he's coming up on. We're trying to figure out what nickname Dolan Phelps has, but I think, if I remember right, it might be Do or Die Dolan. Let's see. Comes in here, he's probably going to lay down a good time. Coming through this berm section. All right, Dolan wraps up our Pro Master Stock class. His time came in at 134.46, so 134.46. Up next, we are going to be starting our women's stock class. Up first in our women's stock class, we have Amy Perkins. She's on a Skidoo out of Star Valley Ranch, Wyoming. We got 8 women in these classes today. Their first time on the hill this morning. Here she is coming up on gate 6. Amy coming up on this side hill section. All right, we have Isla Pearl Edwards on a skidoo. Coming out of Ennis, Montana. This young lady, Isla, I mean, she is young, but she is fierce. It's almost like you see no fear in this girl when she's coming up on this hill. Just watching her from the beginning of the season to now, I mean, this girl has been incredible to watch and see how she has absolutely grown in this sport. Isla's time comes in at 1:27:51. 1:27:51. On course now, we got Kenzie Poxick, skidoo out of Friendship, Wisconsin. Here comes Kenzie on a skidoo. Coming into our berm section. Well, it looks like she just got a little bit high off of that track that they've been creating. There she does it, right across that gate 17 timer line. Kenzie's unofficial time is a 1:47.33, a 1:47.33. Up next, we have coming up the hill is Taylor Myers. Taylor Myers is coming out of Soda Springs, Idaho. She is riding on a Polaris. Here we got Taylor coming in here at gate 8. Taylor Myers time 1:35.43, 1:35.43. Up next we have Jennifer Batari riding Skidoo in Middleton, Idaho. That's where she's come from Middleton. Let's go, Jennifer. Get your momentum up. Looks like she's got a little bit of a hang up there on gate 15. Got into a little bit of a trench there. We'll get a little bit of a replay going on, see what we just got stopped right in the wrong spot. She's counteracting her sled. She's on the left side of her sled and it was leaning onto the right, and she was trying to get around that corner and just got stopped right in the wrong spot. Looks like she's got some hill help up there. It's going to be just a moment. Get her off the hill.
AMSOIL makes it easy for you to change your own oil with the ultimate oil change. Our Shop by Vehicle tool takes the guesswork out of picking the right oil and filter for your vehicle. Then choose the best product and packaging option for you from a complete list of product recommendations. And get everything you need to complete the job shipped right to your door with oil and option for you. With fast, free delivery for the protection you demand and the performance you deserve.
New ski? Same dude.
That's the sound of freedom. You have the freedom to ride in the powder or on the trail. You have the freedom to choose the best products for your sled without risking your warranty. AMSOIL Interceptor delivers proven protection in every brand of snowmobile and keeps power valves clean. Plus, it flows in cold better than manufacturer branded oils. In America, federal law protects your freedom to choose the brand of parts and lubricants you want. Don't get told what to do. Exercise your freedom to choose the best. Choose AMSOIL.
In the snowmobile industry, when we think of the word innovation, we think push pushing.
New ski?
Looks like they got her off of that. Out of the lane. We'll see when they'll give the all clear to send the next person up the hill. Hadley West coming up Polaris out of Rathdrum, Idaho. Skidoo out of Evanston, Wyoming. Ayla wraps up our women's stock class with a time of 1:42.78, a 1:42.78. Our next class we're going to be having is a amateur stock class. Oh, looks like we're backtracking a little bit. Danny Smart is on the hill right now, still in our women's class. So Danny Smart is on the hill currently, riding a Polaris from Gold Bar, Washington. Once again, this is Danny Smart. She's went a little bit out of order. It looks like she's going to be wrapping up our women's class today. Atta girl, Danny. All right, Danny's time unofficially 2:10.42, 2:10.42. All right, starting off our amateur stock class, we have Dexter Kaufman riding a Skidoo out of Alta, Wyoming. Here we go, coming up on gate 6, Dexter Kaufman. All right, Dexter, coming in with the time 1:37.32, 1:37.32. Next racer on the hill is going to be Bumper McKee, riding a Polaris from Woodville, Virginia. Bumper McKee. You know, this amateur class, they got a wide variety range of age group of either young men or even kids in this class. And you know what? Even though they're in this amateur class, there's some young kids here that are absolutely amazing riders. Oh, might have looked like there might be a little something up there top. Oh, looks like we might have he's running down the hill. Something might have happened right there at the top. Let's go back to camera. We already got Brady Ritchie on Skidoo, Idaho Falls, Idaho coming up. Looks like they're at the top. Bumper hit the top of the timer and couldn't quite catch it, but might have bucked the sled off a little bit. Have to see if we can find out what's going on up there. All right, Brady Ritchie. All right, Brady Ritchie coming in with the time of a 13946. 13946. Daniel Winkelcotter riding a skidoo today, coming out of Daniel, Wyoming. Went through that whip section real nice. Looking really smooth. Daniel Winkelcotter, time of 13596, a 13596. All right, we got Brock Keller coming up. Brock Keller's coming out of Edson, Alberta, riding a skidoo. Hit this gate 7. Looks like he's coming in. Good time so far. Go Brock. Like I said, some of these amateurs, I mean, they are young but mighty. Oh, it looks like we got a little bit of a stall right there. Just before gate 12. I've had a little bit of a bobble. Great momentum coming across. Great job, Brock. Brock Keller's unofficial time coming in at 12819. 12819. All right, we got Roper Spencer on a Polaris coming up the hill from Bancroft, Idaho. Roper Spencer. It must be getting some kind of a hole right there. Just a little bit of a bubble coming right before that gate 12. Let's see if it gets any worse as the day goes on. Roper Spencer's time comes in 1:40.52 or 1:40.52. Up next, we have Hayden Jones riding Skidoo out of Pinedale, Wyoming. All right, Hayden. Hayden Jones time 1:42.74, unofficially a 1:42.74. All right, Ryder McMillan on the hill next, riding Arctic Cat coming from Silver Bay, Minnesota. We kind of cut that corner a little bit tighter than what we've seen most of them. Let's see if he gains him a little bit of time on that. He's keeping those momentum around those corners. Let's go, Ryder. Ryder McMillan's time 1:29:37 or 1:29.37. All right, Derek Jones we have up next riding a Skidoo coming out of Pinedale, Wyoming. I know we don't get to see much of the starting line, guys, but this comes across the top of the hill, and we figured right here at the top was where we were going to get you the juiciest content to be able to see what these guys are doing at the top. The most exciting part is going to be these berm sections, and you got your whoops and side hill that comes across, and who doesn't like to see when they cross the finish line? Eric Jones crossing that last gate on the finish line. Derek's time comes in at a 1:38.54, a 1:38.54. All right, Ian Brown coming up the hill on a Skidoo coming out of Wellsville, Utah. Like I said, you guys might not be able to see the bottom from what we got, but any spectators down there at the bottom, we hope to be able to catch the top of the finish line for you, because once you hit about gate 5 on this blue lane, the whole course kind of disappears from that mid-mountain lodge that the spectators are going to be sitting at. So we're hoping to capture best we can the top of this lane for you. All right. Ian Brown comes in at a 1:26.59, a 1:26.59. All right, Court Spencer.
Hi, I'm Andrew Jacobs, the owner of Big Bear Plumbing.
Coming up on the hill next, Court Spencer. He's coming out of Grace, Idaho, riding on a Polaris. That's gate 6 right there that you can see. Gate 7, and then right here at gate 8 is kind of where you get kind of a little bit of a flat spot coming across this hill, and then you have your whoop section right here at gate 8, 9, and 10. And then right after, well, you got your berms, and then you have your whoop section right there, and then it starts to incline one more time right across where they do those 2 side hills. each direction. So this top, they got a pretty good section for them to finish out the race on. All right, Court Spencer's time of 154.89 and 154.89. All right, looks like we have Winston McKee coming up from Woodville, Virginia. He's riding a Polaris. Winston McKee. A little bit of a bubble there on gate 14. Looks like it just got a little bit of out of balance. Off cambered. We got going again pretty good. Now he's got his momentum back up. All right, there he goes, finishing her off. Winston McKee's time 136.61 and 136.61. All right, Connor Gooden, we have coming up on the course right now. Connor Gooden's on a Polaris coming out of Soda Springs, Idaho. Met this young man earlier on in the race season. He is a good kid, and I'll tell you what, he is going to be one of the new up-and-comings. He's got a great family support behind him. See what Connor can lay down today. Had a kid. All right, Connor's time's coming in at a 1:41.67, a 1:41.67. All right, I'm going to try my best on this name. It's either Taos Cook, I believe is how you say it, riding on a Polaris coming from McCall, Idaho. Another local that we have pretty close to here. Taos Cook. Taos's time comes in at a 1:44.55, a 1:44.55. Up next, we have on the track, on the course, we got Carter Payne riding on an Arctic Cat coming out of American Falls, Idaho. Uh-oh. Looked like we had something going on, maybe tethered catching up on a handlebar, something. Looky there, he still got across. All right, Carter Payne's unofficial time, 1:41.72, 1:41.72. All right, next up we got Tayson Stoker riding for Team Skidoo. Tayson's coming from Afton, Wyoming. Getting through this whoop section pretty good. Keep up the momentum, Tayson. Awesome job, Tayson. All right, a 128.66. Tayson's time is a 128.66. Next up, we got Grayson Botari. He's riding a Skidoo out of Middleton, Idaho. Coming right up here on gate 6. He's carrying some great speed. Let's see if the momentum stays. Grayson's time comes in at 133.34 or 133.34. All right, looks like we're moving forward to Riley Schluter, coming out of Arlington, Minnesota, riding a Skidoo today. Riley Schluter. Once again, want to give another shout out to Elevated Powersports. Blue A Media definitely thanks you for the sponsorship here. And for some of the late listeners, might have gone on a little bit after, you're hearing a little bit of a different voice today. My name is Randy. I'm filling in for JD this weekend at the beautiful Tamarack Ski Resort. Try and help him out this weekend where he couldn't make it. His lovely mom, though, is running the camera right next to me, still helping me out. So hopefully we can do a good job for him this weekend and make sure everybody knows who's up on the hill. Capture some good stuff for you this weekend. Even though today's only just qualifying, we're taking top 12 out of each class to run for the finals tomorrow. It's kind of sad though. This is going to be our last race for the season. But one beautiful place to end it out on. Riley Schluter came across that finish line with a time of 1:31.75, a 1:31.75. Up next, we got Bateman. Cohen Bateman riding Skidoo coming out of Evanston, Wyoming. Only got a few more in this amateur class. Nice job, Cohen. Cohen's time comes in at 1:29.41 or 1:29.41. All right, Kyle Simmons. He's riding a Polaris coming out of 9 Mile Falls, Washington. These Washington boys are probably pretty happy. Oregon, Washington had a little bit of a closer drive this time. Kind of fun to see the difference between the riders on each different sled. You got the Skidoos that definitely corner really dang good around those corners with 2 skis. Oh, and good job, Kyle. Way to finish her off. And then you got the Polarises. They're coming across, and they're a little bit different. And Kyle's time is a 1:41.63. Her geometry is a little bit different. So those Skidoos, they definitely are a little bit more planted around those corners and side hills, but the Polarises, they're definitely up a little bit more on one ski, a little bit more tippy, but we're just moving back to Cash Payne, riding an Arctic coming out of American Falls, Idaho. Cash Payne's going to be the last one wrapping up our amateur stock class. Let's go Cash on the kitty cat. Finish us off good. There we go. We got, I think that's the first person we've seen do wrong foot forward across that side hill. And he did a beautiful job. Here he's coming across. Nice job, Cash. You make it look too easy. Cash Payne comes in at 144.56, a 144.56. Okay, we're back to the women's. Women's 700 stock. Up first, we're going to have Taylor Myers riding a Polaris out of Soda Springs, Idaho. All right, we got Taylor coming up here on gate 7. The Pearl coming up on the Skidoo. She's coming out of Ennis, Montana. I was looking at point leaders, and Isla's doing really, really well this year. She's picked up some really good sponsors this year as well. Seeing that GoPro picked her up, that's amazing. I always admire these women coming out and watching them all throughout the season. No fear, this young lady. She's kicking some butt. All of these young women this year are doing extremely well. Waiting for Isla's time to come in here. All right, Isla's time comes in at 130.59. 130.59. Up next, we have Amy Perkins. Amy Perkins is on a Skidoo coming from Star Valley Ranch, Wyoming. We only have 6 women in this class in the 700 stock. Amy Perkins time, 155.70, 155.70. Ayla Bateman coming up on a Skidoo from Evanston, Wyoming. Ayla's time coming in at a 139.75, 139.75. Hadley West is next. She's riding a Polaris from Rathdrum, Idaho. Hadley West. Hadley West has done pretty good this year too. Great finish. Hadley's time is a 1:32.38. 1:32.38. All right, Kenzie Poxick. She's going to be your last woman of the 700 stock. Skidoo from Friendship, Wisconsin. Great finish for Kenzie. Finishing time of a 1:40.05. 1:40.05. That wraps up our women's 700 stock. We are moving on to our juniors, age 14 to 18. We have 9 riders in this class. All right, we're starting up on the hill. Brock Keller. Brock Keller will be riding a Skidoo coming out of Edson, Alberta. Got another Canada boy. Young man. Struggle a little bit calling all these young lads kids, because just a little bit older are all pretty much kids to me. But we were just talking about how we like seeing all these youngins come out here and see all the new up and coming, what we're going to be having hopefully for a lot of years to come. Nice finish for Brock Keller. Time of a 1:27.29, a 1:27.29. Usually I get to be down in the pits and I get to hear all the kids talking. It's quite fun to listen to them talk about coming down off the hill after looking at the course, and kind of a different outlook to hear them actually talking about it. And all these kids are such great sports and they're helping each other out. I mean, what comes down to it, they're laughing and having a great time. That's why I love the RMSHA circuit. It's really, really family oriented. Everybody's great friends with everybody. Once those racers hit that line, though, right when they're starting out, you can tell the demeanor changes and they're down to business. Court Spencer coming in a 150.20, 150.20. All right, we're on to the next one. Connor Gooden. Come on, Connor boy. You're coming out of Soda Springs, Idaho. He's on a Polaris. Let's go, Connor. Okay, Connor's time is a 137.00, 137. Up next, we have Dexter Kaufman. Dexter's coming from Alta, Wyoming on a Skidoo. Dexter's just so relaxed on that snowmobile coming through that course. Kind of what I was talking about a little bit earlier. Those Skidoos, their geometry makes it so that they're a little bit more planted. Nice run, Dexter. Dexter's time is a 139.39, a 139.39. All right, up next. Again, I'm so sorry if I am not saying your name correct, but it's Taos Cook out of McCall, Idaho on a Polaris. Nice job, Taos. Coming in at 139.13, 139.13. Winston McKee coming up the hill, riding a Polaris out of Woodville, Virginia. Shout out to Elevated Powersports, making a big contribution to Blue Lane Media, making it so that the Marshall family can come up here and capture what we can for you guys, be able to be eyes up on this hill so you guys can capture this last part of this race that spectators can't see. Or if you're watching at home, thank you again for the support from Facebook, YouTube. Support from our watchers is really great too. Any of our watchers out there too on YouTube or Facebook, I can see any of the comment section. I give a little shout out if I see some comments. I see both Mike Allen and Sled Syndicate saying good morning both this morning. It's always good to see some interaction from some of the watchers too, so if you want to, leave a little comment. Winston McKee's time, 132.46, 132.46. Cohen Bateman coming up on a Skidoo out of Evanston, Wyoming. Getting some great speed coming in here through gate 8 and 9. Looking really smooth through those berms. A little bit of a bobble. Looks like they're getting a bit of a trench going through there right after gate 16. And it's picking up his momentum again and hits that time clicker on gate 17. Cohen's time of 136.97 and 136.97. We have one more racer in this juniors age 14 to 18 up on the hill right now, Roper Spencer. Roper's riding a Polaris coming from Bancroft, Idaho. Roper Spencer. Looks like Roper might have had something down at the bottom. Didn't see him come through the top. We are moving automatically to juniors age 12 to 13 right now. We got Cooper Spencer coming up the hill. So Cooper's riding a Polaris, also from Bancroft, Idaho. Must have some brothers coming up the hill. Again, we have Cooper Spencer here on the Polaris. A little bit of a stall getting his leg up and over, but he's getting there. Getting his momentum back up again. Got Kale L on YouTube asking what the weather's like. It's definitely warming up. It's a beautiful bluebird day here at Tamarack Ski Resort. Course is looking really, really nice. It's finally warming up a little bit. Maybe not so crunchy or icy on those side hills. So beautiful weather. All right, we got next Trig Jacobson riding a Skidoo out of Montpelier, Idaho. Cooper's time came in at a 15023, 150.23. Trig's looking pretty smooth through this berm section. Nice job, Trig, getting out of that hole that's created right there after gate 16. We'll see what that turns out to be like. But Trig's time comes in at a 136.55, a 136.55. Up next on the hill, we have Blake Frisbee. Blake is on a Polaris coming from Greenleaf, Idaho. Oh no. Sled coming down the hill right now. Blake Frisbee got bucked just a little bit before that last gate 17. Let's take a look at that replay. It's coming across right there. You know, Blake kind of was taking a better line because there, you can see right there that gate 16. You're getting a hole right there. It kind of bucked him up, and it was going to be a little bit better of a line. But like I said, the geometry on the Polarises, they're a little bit more tippy, and where they might be a little bit still slick and cool out there, it just looks like that track washed out a little bit on him and gave him a little buck off. Sled came down the hill just a little bit. Luckily, it stopped right there before those trees, but he was running down the hill after it, so it looked like he is doing okay. See if we get him coming down the hill, get that course clear, and we get the green light at the bottom once more. Yeah, Blake will receive a high mark just right down, just below gate 17. Once they get that green light down at the bottom, they have Kaiser Edwards coming up on a skidoo out of Ennis, Montana. Kaiser Edwards. Getting through that whoop section pretty quick. He has some great speed going across there. Keep up that momentum. Great job coming just a little bit high off to that gate 716. Had a great finish. Kaiser's time comes in at 129.76, excuse me, a 129.76. That will round up our juniors age 12 to 13 class. That moves us right back into our pro senior improved class. We have Jim Marshall on the hill right now, riding a Polaris. Coming from Paris, Idaho. Big shout out. This is JD's dad. His wife's sitting right next to me. Everybody give Jim a big old cheer. Get him up the hill. Jim is turning 66 this month. Next month. Next month, he is 66 years old and showing all these young boys how it's done. Might be picking up our times just a little bit. We're moving into the improved class here in the pro seniors. Jim read that terrain perfect, seeing that there's going to be that trench there, and he moved up above it. Jim's time is a 132.02, a 132.02. Great job, Jim. Brad Sharp starting at the bottom. Brad's on a skidoo coming from Moxie, Washington. There he's coming up to gate 6 right here. Brad Sharp coming in with a 128.02, a 128.02. Trent Handsaker coming up from the bottom. He's on a skidoo coming from Camas, Utah. Trent Handsaker. Last weekend, Trent's boy Harper Handsaker, running in the semi-pros last weekend, was running in some pink rubber ducky shorts. He'll have to go back to Blue Lane Media on their qualifying day and see if he was running in them in that blue lane. See if you could catch that replay. Trent Handsaker coming in with a great time of a 1:20.94. Like I said, these times are going to be picking up. We're heading into our improved class. Have a little bit more power on these sleds. They're going to be putting down some quicker times. Snow's warming up. They're going to get some more traction too. Farron Gilbert, he's riding a Skidoo out of Cascade, Idaho. You're one of your locals here at Tamarack Ski Resort. Tell you what, they have beautiful views here and a nice, great big lake. We got a perfect view of. Here comes Farron right into here, gate 8. These older guys coming in nice and relaxed, been there, kind of done that attitude, and you know what? They're showing these boys what they can do. Smooth and steady wins the race. Nice job, Farron. All right, Farron, you got a time of 1:38.95. A 1:38.95. Scott Long, we have coming up on the course. He's on a Skidoo. He is from Wilson, Wyoming. A little bit of a bobble right there on gate 7. He's picking up the speed though. Great speed coming into that gate 15. Nice run, Scott. Scott Long's time of 1:29.58, 1:29.58. We're moving on to Dave Chizen. He's riding a Skidoo coming from Sycamore, British Columbia. Dave Chizen. All the viewers and watchers that we have on YouTube and Facebook, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe and notification buttons. All the support that we get from you guys helps Blue Lane Media make it to all the races to catch everything that we can for you. So don't forget, like, subscribe, and notifications. Shout out to Elevated Powersports helping Blue Lane Media. Great sponsor to help us out for sure. Dave Chisen, all the way from BC, looks like getting a little bit hung up in that trench right there. Let's see if he's able to get out of the hole or whether he's going to call it. See if he can give the little pin and wiggle. Getting that trench just a little bit deeper. Looks like he's going to be high marked just right there above gate 16. I'll let it go to commercial for just a minute till he can get out and get that lane cleared up. And take a little bit of a break.
AMSOIL makes it easy for you to change your own oil with the ultimate oil change. Our Shop by Vehicle tool takes the guesswork out of picking the right oil and filter for your vehicle. Then choose the best product and packaging option for you from a complete list of product recommendations. And get everything you need to complete the job shipped right to your door with fast, free delivery for the protection you demand and the performance you deserve.
In the snowmobile industry, when we think of the word innovation, we think push pushing.
That's the sound of freedom. You have the freedom to ride in the powder or on the trail. You have the freedom to choose the best products for your sled without risking your warranty. AMSOIL Interceptor delivers proven protection in every brand of snowmobile and keeps power valves clean. Plus, it flows in cold better than manufacturer branded oils. In America, federal law protects your freedom to choose the brand of parts and lubricants you want. Don't get told what to do. Exercise your freedom to choose the best. Choose AMSOIL.
AMSOIL makes it easy for you to change your own oil with the ultimate oil change. Our Shop by Vehicle tool takes the guesswork out of picking the right oil and filter for your vehicle. Then choose the best product and packaging option for you from a complete list of product recommendations. And get everything you need to complete the job shipped right to your door with fast, free delivery for the protection you demand and the performance you deserve.
Hi, I'm Andrew Jacobs, the owner of Big Bear Plumbing. With over 25 years of experience in commercial and residential projects, we strive to give you the best product possible. So call us for all your plumbing, backflow, and hydronic needs.
That's the sound of freedom. You have the freedom to ride in the powder or on the trail. You have the freedom to choose the best products for your sled without risking your warranty. AMSOIL Interceptor delivers proven protection in every brand of snowmobile and keeps power valves clean. Plus, it flows in cold better than manufacturer-branded oils. In America, federal law protects your freedom to choose the brand of parts and lubricants you want. Don't get told what to do. Exercise your freedom to choose the best. Choose AMSOIL.
All right, we're back. We kind of missed a little bit of the action. He had us standing straight up on the tunnel, flipping it back down. And looky there, he's coming down all by himself. They're starting to get a little bit of a hole coming in right after that gate 16. He got that out. Great job, Dave. All on your own. You're going to be tired when you probably get back down. We'll see if we can get that green light down at the bottom. All right, we are up and going again. Scott Neeson up next on a Skidoo out of Wilson, Wyoming. Taking a look at that trench right there, and he went right above it. All right, Scott, time came in at 149.93, a 149.93. Alan Parks, coming up from the bottom, he's on Polaris out of Island Park, Idaho. You have to realize these racers down at the bottom in the pits, they can't see the top of this course right down from the bottom. So if they're not walking up down the hill, take a look at this course, they're not able to see what's changing and what's different on here until they're right up on it. Hopefully we have some racers on their phones down there. I mean, we have full service up here, so internet's not an issue. So maybe we got some racers viewing our streaming, seeing if we can help them out a little bit too. Get a little bit of a better idea on the course as it's going throughout the day if they don't have a chance to make it to the top of the hill and walk down and take a look. Getting a little rowdy. Not quite sure if Alan made it between the two flags. All right, Jim Ames. Jim Ames is on a skidoo coming from Perry, Utah. Good, nice to see that whoop section right there. See what he makes of this trench right here. Nice job, Jim. That was nice and smooth. Time of 1:28.91. 1:28.91. Tim Mackey on the hill. Arctic Cat is what he's on out of Clark, Colorado. You got Noel on YouTube saying, "Let's go, Mackey." Mm. Tim Mackey at the time of 1:32.40, 1:32.40. We have one more in our Pro Senior Improved class. Just one more to go, and then we're moving into our Pro Master Improved. We have Robert McKee riding Polaris out of Woodville, Virginia. Robert McKee. Nice and smooth out of that hole out of gate 16 through that gate 17. Robert McKee finishes our Pro Senior Improved class with a time of 1:37.58. 1:37.58. We will be having Dolan Phelps starting off our Pro Masters Improved class, riding Polaris out of Fish Haven, Idaho. Great way to kick off our Pro Master Improved class with Dolan. Way to go, Dolan. Dolan Phelps' time is a 127.17. 127.17. Great way to kick it off. All right, we got Danny Johnson riding Skidoo out of Camas, Utah. Coming up from the bottom, Danny Johnson. Start getting into these improved classes. They get faster, they get louder, and they get a little bit more rowdy. It's warming up a little bit. Snow's got a little bit more traction. We'll see how many more trenches they can create throughout this course today. See how rowdy they get with it. Danny Johnson finishes off at gate 17. Comes in with a time of a 1:20.68. A 1:20.68. Zach Wormers on a Polaris from Bozeman, Montana. Zach Wormers coming up the hill. Starting to smooth that out right after gate 16. As long as they don't hit that hole on the lower part, they are smoothing it out. All right, Zach, you came in at a time 1:26.80. Zach Wormers with a time of a 1:26.80. All right, we got Jesse Poxic. He is on a Skidoo out of Friendship, Wisconsin. Jesse Poxic. Pretty cool sight to see. We got some helicopters hovering above, up over the top of the hill. Just passed over and came back down. Spectators from all over and all different methods. Jesse Podsick making it to the top. Came in with a time of a 1:29.28. 1:29.28. All right, Justin Jacobson on a skidoo coming from Montpelier, Idaho. Justin Jacobson. Way to go, Justin. Time of a 1:20.30. Justin Jacobson, time of a 1:20.30. Haven't seen anybody come on. All right, Dustin Pancari, sorry. Like I said, trying not to slaughter names today, but Dustin Pancari, Polaris, coming from Idaho Falls, Idaho. Definitely be able to see him from the top of the hill. His colorful jersey. Dustin coming in with a time of 1:32.58, 1:32.58. Up next we have starting is Brent Handsaker riding skidoo out of Camas, Utah. Little bit of a bobble there with Trent, just pulling right up above that trench that they got going on. He was able to pull it together and still make a great time of a 120.38. A 120.38. Jim Ames coming up the hill right now. Jim's on Skidoo out of Perry, Utah. Looks like having a little bit of an issue right there below gate 16. Possibly having a mechanical issue. It just turned down right there at the bottom of gate 16. Might have just got bumped out. All right, we got the green light. Farron Gilbert on a Skidoo coming from Cascade, Idaho. Aaron Gilbert with a time of 1:32.83. A 1:32.83. Cody Brown we have coming up on the hill, riding a Skidoo out of Whalesville, Utah. Cody Brown with a time of a 1:26.60, a 1:26.60. All right, up next we got Tim Mackey riding an Arctic Cat coming out of Clark, Colorado. Tim Mackey. There we go. We see that dangle of the leg. A little bit of a buck right there after gate 16, but he pulled it together and crosses the finish line. Still kept it really smooth. Tim Mackey came in with a time of a 1:23.42, a 1:23.42. Okay, here we go with Jim Marshall on a Polaris out of Paris, Idaho. Jim Marshall's time coming in at a 1:31.76, a 1:31.76. All right, after Jim, we have coming up on the hill, we have Craig Gates on a Polaris out of Rock Springs, Wyoming. Craig Gates' time is a 1:32.82, a 1:32.82. Scott Long is coming up the hill riding on a Skidoo out of Spirit Lake, Idaho. Scott Long's time came in at a 1:29.41, a 1:29.41. We just have one more racer to go in this Pro Master Improved. One more to go on Pro Master Improved, which is Robert McKee riding a Polaris from Woodville, Virginia. Robert McKee's time was a 135.82, a 135.82. That finishes off our Pro Master Improved class. Mm-mm. All right, starting off our women's improved class, we have Isla Pearl Edwards riding a skidoo out of Ennis, Montana. Great run for Isla. Isla's time is a 126.49, 126.49. Jennifer Bateri is coming up the hill right now. Jennifer's riding a skidoo coming out of Middleton, Idaho. Batari. Sorry, Jennifer. Looks like we got Jennifer just turned out just below that last gate 17. So she'll get a high mark just below that point. We have 9 women today in the women's improved class. So a couple more than the last women's class. Right, we got Kenzie Poxick coming up the hill riding a skidoo out of Friendship, Wisconsin. Nice run, Kenzie. We got a 140.87, a 140.87. Bradley West is currently on the hill right now riding a Polaris from Rothrum, Idaho. Hadley West laid down a great run. Her time was a 131.84. 131.84. Next rider that we'll have be coming up the hill, 5th out in the women's improved, is going to be Taylor Myers. Taylor is on a Polaris coming out of Soda Springs, Idaho. See her coming up there on gate 6 right there. Taylor Myers is doing a really great job. She's really quick on her feet. Very smooth. Great job, Taylor. Taylor's time was a 1:36.48. A 1:36.48. Cheryl Mass is coming up the hill right now. She is on a skidoo. She is coming out of Donnelly, Idaho. Another local here. See if we can grab a quick replay of what happened right there. She's coming across right after gate 15. Has some great momentum. In that hole that's just right after gate 16, that's been tripping up several other different people today. Looked like she's doing good and just popped her right back in it and got her bucked off just a little bit. And get some hill help here. She'll be high marked right there, just right after gate 16. Quick question from Sim Amon off of YouTube, asking if the pros will be running on the same lane today. Pros and semi-pros are both running in red lane, and then we have all of our amateurs, our pro masters and pro seniors will be running here in the blue lane along with all of our juniors and women's class. See if we can go to a quick commercial break till we get the green light to come back up on the hill.
In the snowmobile industry, when we think of the word innovation, we think
New ski? Same dude.
in the snowmobile industry, when we think of the word innovation, we think push pushing.
AMSOIL makes it easy for you to change your own oil with the ultimate oil change. Our Shop by Vehicle tool takes the guesswork out of picking the right oil and filter for your vehicle. Then choose the best product and packaging option for you from a complete list of product recommendations. And get everything you need to complete the job shipped right to your door with fast, free delivery for the protection you demand and the performance you deserve.
New ski? Same dude.
That's the sound of freedom. You have the freedom to ride in the powder or on the trail. You have the freedom to choose the best products for your sled without risking your warranty. AMSOIL Interceptor delivers proven protection in every brand of snowmobile and keeps power valves clean. Plus, it flows in cold better than manufacturer-branded oils. In America, federal law protects your freedom to choose the brand of parts and lubricants you want. Don't get told what to do. Exercise your freedom to choose the best. Choose AMSOIL.
All right, we got her off the hill. We're just waiting for that green light down at the bottom for the next racer to start coming up the hill again. Ayla Bateman on her way up the hill right now. She is on a skidoo and coming from Evanston, Wyoming. Currently, we're on women's improved. Ayla Bateman's on the hill right now. Ayla coming out of that gate 16 real nice, finishing her off right there at the top. Ayla's time comes in at a 1:44.92, a 1:44.92. Amy Perkins. Amy Perkins on the hill right now, riding a skidoo out of Star Valley Ranch, Wyoming. Great job, Amy. Amy's time was a 2:00.92, a 2:00.92. All right, we're jumping back to Hannah Coons, riding Polaris out of Helena, Montana. I believe she will be the last one to wrap up the women's improved class. Hannah Coons. Might be having a little bit of problems down there at the bottom where we can't see. Looks like there might have been something happened down there at the bottom where we couldn't quite see yet. Hannah was going to wrap up our women's improved class. We will be moving on to the amateurs improved class. So we got 20 guys in this class that we're going through, and the top 12 out of this class are going to be who qualifies for tomorrow. That's going to be running in the finals tomorrow. We'll go to a quick commercial real quick, guys, until I can see somebody else coming up on the hill.
AMSOIL makes it easy for you to change your own oil with the ultimate oil change. Our Shop by Vehicle tool takes the guesswork out of picking the right oil and filter for your vehicle. Then choose the best product and packaging option for you from a complete list of product recommendations. And get everything you need to complete the job shipped right to your door with fast, free delivery for the protection you demand and the performance you deserve.
All right, we got somebody on the hill. We're starting our amateur improved class with Brock Keller, Skidoo out of Edson, Alberta. Great job, Brock. That was a very smooth run. Brock's time coming in at a 123.82, a 123.82. Up next, we're going to have Winston McKee riding a Polaris out of Woodville, Virginia. Winston McKee. We're clipping along pretty good today on our races. Already on to amateur improved. It's like we got a little bit of rowdiness going on there at gate 16. Let's see what replay we can get for you. Got bucked pretty good on that one. Didn't quite catch the replay.
Friendly getting a little bit over, trying to get
They are pretty quick to get him right off the course again. Once they get that green light down at the bottom, they will head up with the next amateur improve. All right, on the hill we got Hayden Jones riding Skidoo out of Pinedale, Wyoming. Buck off right there, and looks like we're gonna get trenched down just a little bit. See if he can get wiggled out. Get a little bit of a replay for you. He's coming across this side hill just before gate 16. This gate's been giving issues to quite a few people today, especially later in the day when the snow gets a little softer. He goes to kicks him just a little bit, goes wrong foot forward to try if he could get it moving again, but it just kind of sank down his track right into that snow and buried him just a little bit. He'll get that high mark just right above that gate 16 again. See if he can get a little bit of help, get a ski pole, get him up and out and turned around and back down the hill. Looks like they got him out. Headed back down the hill. All right, we have Kyle Simmons coming up from the starting line. He will be on a Polaris coming from 9 Mile Falls, Washington. Looking really smooth on that first side hill. Let's see what this gate 16 does. And that was nice and smooth and up and out right at the top. Nice run, Kyle. Kyle Simmons' time was a 1:42.56, a 1:42.56. Up next we got on the hill is going to be Daniel Winkelcotter. Riding on a Skidoo coming out of Daniel, Wyoming. Daniel Winkelcotter. Coming up right on that gate 6 right there. Daniel's time is a 1:37.50, 1:37.50. Carter Payne is coming up from the bottom, riding in Arctic out of American Falls, Idaho. Have a little bit of a technical difficulty on one of our cameras. We'll try and get it up and going for you in just a minute. But we'll still have this top portion for you. Nice finish, Carter Payne. Carter Payne's time is a 1:38.90, a 1:38.90. Up next, we have Grayson Batari coming out. Grayson is from Middleton, Idaho, riding a Skidoo. Great job, Grayson, pulling right out over those trenches. Grayson's time came to a 1:35.59, a 1:35.59. Riley Schluter coming up from the bottom. Riley's on a Skidoo, and he is coming from Arlington, Minnesota. Oh no. All right, let's get that replay. It's coming across right there. Got bucked a little bit. I hit that ground pretty dang hard. But he got right back up. Got that snowmobile stopped, so it couldn't go any further down the hill. Nice save, Riley. We're just waiting for that green light down at the bottom. Have our next racer come up. All right, we got another one up on the hill. Derek Jones. Derek is riding a skidoo today, coming out of Pinedale, Wyoming. We have some new watchers from throughout the day here on Blue Lane Media. We're halfway up the hill catching all the action right here at the end of the Blue Lane for all of our racers, getting all a bunch of berms and the bottom part of it that you can't quite see. It's gonna have just a couple of side hills in your starting line. This is where all your action is going to be at, so we want to make sure we are halfway up the hill for you. Derek Jones' time came to a 140.63, a 140.63. Up next, we have Court Spencer. Court Spencer is on a Polaris coming out of Grace, Idaho. Great job, Court. Nice, smooth finish right there at the top. Court's time came to a 150. 150. Ian Brown. We have Ian coming up on the hill. Sled is a skidoo that he's going to be on, and out of Wellsville, Utah. Ian Brown. Ian Brown's time of a 125.19, a 125.19. Okay, we have Ryder McMillan. Ryder McMillan's on an Arctic Cat coming from Silver Bay, Minnesota. Hit a little hard right after those whoops, but it looked like he smoothly transitioned out and just kept on trucking along, Ryder. Noelle on YouTube saying, let's go Ryder McMillan. Nice job, Ryder. Ryder's time was a 128 even, a 128.00. Roper Spencer, we have coming up on the hill right now. Roper's on a Polaris coming out of Bancroft, Idaho. Looks like Roper got a little bit of a buck right there. See if he can get it turned up the hill. As long as you don't go past the gate that you've already gone through or any lower than the gate that you've gone through, you still are able to keep going. As long as your tether is still attached and your sled is running. Let's go, Roper. Just walk it up nice and easy. Yeah. Atta kid. Nice job. All right, we got Boone McMillan. He's on an Arctic Cat coming out of Emmett, Idaho. It kicked off just a little bit high, but he was able to bring it. Let's see if he can bring it around. Oh, come on, Boone. Oh, let's see if he can get by without getting that clicker. Oh, great job. Get a little bit of a replay for you on that one. He got kicked off just a little bit high on those trenches right there. He brought it around, come around high. And this is where we're talking about that geometry of sleds and that Polaris. He just got a little bit washed out on it, but then he was able to bring it just back around to get through that gate 17. Boone McMillan's time was a 2:07.33. 2:07.33. All right, Bumper McKee riding Polaris out of Woodville, Virginia. We got Bumper coming up the hill right now. All the new listeners that have been watching the numbers go up on the eyes of Blue Lane Media, you might not recognize my voice. My name is Randy Reed. I am helping JD from Blue Lane Media this weekend here in the beautiful Tamarack Resort this weekend. I am so happy to be here, sitting next to his mom, running the camera next to me. Want to make sure I can notify you guys who we have on the hill. Have a little fun. Beautiful day at the resort. We got a nice view halfway up on the, we're starting the races at the Mid-Mountain Lodge. We get a beautiful view of the lake. We also want to give a shout out to Elevated Powersports, big sponsor of Blue Lane Media, helping us be able to get up here, have equipment, give you guys the best streaming that we possibly can. And Bumper pulling it over on its edge, going nice and smooth up and over. Bumper McKee's time is a 158.64, 158.64. All right, we're going with Cohen Bateman. He's on a Skidoo out of Evanston, Wyoming. Don't forget, wherever you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, you hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and hit for notifications on Blue Lane Media. Any support we get from you guys helps us keep running and be able to support the RMSHA circuit and be able to come up here and give you guys streaming on the Blue Lane. Great job, Cohen. Cohen's time is a 135.32, 135.32. Brady Ritchie riding a Skidoo coming out of Idaho Falls. Also, for all of our viewers, you're more than welcome to leave comments, questions on Facebook or YouTube, wherever you're streaming from, and we'll try and take a look and give you a shout out and talk a little. Here we go, Brady Ritchie here at Gate 8, where all the action is at the top of the hill in the blue lane. Try to catch all the action for you up here. Not often that we get to capture the end part of the races, but we have all the berms that they've built. And we got a little bit of side hill action. Definitely warmed up. This morning it was quite cold, so the snow was pretty hard packed and crunchy, and those side hills were a little bit more difficult. And now the snow's getting a little bit softer. You're seeing more of the spring snow come out. Calling it mashed potato snow. It's created this trench right here, right after gate 16, that people have struggled a little bit. See if he gets out of that hole. Come on, Brady, give her a little pin and wiggle. Everything you got, bud. There we go. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Great job. Awesome. A lot of people have succumbed to that trench right there, right after gate 16, but he maneuvered through that well. 155.99 for Brady Ritchie. 155.99. Got a few more people left in the amateur improved class. We had 20 total running in this class, and they're taking top 12 to be running for tomorrow. Sad part about this weekend is this will be the last race of the season for the 2025 RMSHA circuit. This will be the last race that they can get all their points and come up and enjoy the last little bit of winter before we get to have a beautiful summer. Tayson Stoker riding a skidoo coming up out of Afton, Wyoming. Great job, Tayson. Tayson's time is a 132.88 or 132.88. Ash Payne. He's coming up on an Arctic Cat, American Falls. American Falls, Idaho, boy. Oh, getting a little bit wild right there. Let's see if he can bring it around. As long as he doesn't go below that gate 16. That was a great save. That was a good save, Cash. Way to go. Cash Payne with a time of 150.07, a 150.07. All right, we have one more racer left in this amateur improved class. We have Connor Gooden. Connor's on a Polaris coming out of Soda Springs, Idaho. See how Connor Boy does? Great kid coming out of Soda Springs. Oh, looks like he's getting a little bit into a hole right there on gate 14, but recovered well. He's keeping his momentum going. He picked a great line after that, kind of split the two and made it up over. Great job, Connor. Connor's time came to a 142.85, a 142.85. Kicking off our pro senior modified class, we have Brad Sharp. He's riding a Skidoo coming from Moxie, Washington. Nice, smooth run, especially that top section right there. Brad Sharp came in with a time of a 125.32, a 125.32. While we wait for that next rider to come up on the hill, a little bit of background about me so I'm not just some crazy lady that's talking on the microphone. My name is Randy. I am here and I go to almost all the races to support my husband Luke Reed and our cycles and sleds team, also AJ Stevens. They both run in the semi-pros. So it's a little bit about me. I'm here helping out JD and Blue Lane Media, making sure everybody kind of has the know of what's going on our Blue Lane. Alan Parks we have running. Alan is on a Polaris coming out of Island Park, Idaho. Has a really pretty chromed out Polaris. We're in our mod sleds, like I said before. Later in the day, we get louder sleds, rowdier sleds, and faster times. We have all of our RMSHA racers pushing themselves today to get qualified, hit that top 12 in each of their classes so they can run in the finals tomorrow on the last weekend of the RMSHA circuit for 2025. Great job, Alan. Alan's time comes in at a 1:48.26 or 1:48.26. Third out in our Pro Senior Mod class, we have Jim Ames. He's riding a Skidoo coming out of Perry, Utah. pro senior class. Minimum age to be in the pro senior class is age 50. We have a couple of gentlemen. We have Jim. We have two Jims that are in their 60s, and these old boys, I tell you what, they still can ride, and they are doing so well, showing all these young bucks just how it is. There's 3 of them that are 65 and one that's 60 in this age group. I tell you what, I hope that I'm able to go out and ride snowmobiles at that age as well as they can. They're showing everybody that there is no excuse. Jim's time was coming at 133.76, so 133.76. Farron Gilbert on a skidoo is coming up the hill right now. He's coming from Cascade, Idaho. So he's not far from home here at Tamarack Ski Resort. Farron comes through here in this berm section. So relaxed, so smooth. Almost like he's done it a time or two. That whoop section, it's held up pretty good throughout the day. Still looks like it's been pretty smooth. Great job, Farron. Farron Gilbert, 139.32. 139.32. All right. Scott Neeson, riding skidoo, coming from Wilson, Wyoming. Scott Neeson's time comes in at a 145.11 and 145.11. Tim Mackey on the hill right now. He's riding an Arctic Cat. Tim's coming out of Clark, Colorado. Let's go, Tim. Get the kitty cat up the hill. Jeffrey Chamberlain off of YouTube is watching, says, let her rip, Mackie, number 32. Come on, you got people cheering for you. That's smooth. Wrong foot forward across there. Way to go, Tim. Laying down some good times today. Clark, Colorado, probably a ways away for him, but he's laying down a time of a 121.51. 121.51. As of right now, unofficially, that puts Tim at first place in the Pro Senior Modified class. This rider should be, yep, it's Trent Handsaker riding Skidoo out of Camas, Utah. Tammy here next to me saying he decided to turn 50 and come in the Pro Senior class and kick everybody's butt. He's sitting here, he's laying down a good time so far. Come on, Trent. Oh, that's smooth. Looky there, that might just put him right in the first place. 118.72. Okay, we got Dave Chisholm riding Skidoo out of Sycamore, British Columbia. Canada boy coming up here. Last run that Dave had wasn't the luckiest. After that gate 16, he had gotten one of those trenches and had to get a high mark, but they're smoothing out. So we're going to have to see if he gets past that gate 16 this time around. Let's go, Dave. Let's go, Dave. And it looks like he turns out just before that gate 17. Could be mechanical issue or just hit the wrong line and it just kicked him right out. All right, still in our Pro Senior Mod class, we have Scott Long. Scott Long's riding a Skidoo coming from Spirit Lake, Idaho. Oh, getting a little bit jiggy with it, Scott. Kind of hit the face of one of those right at the end of it and made his track swap a little bit, but he recovered extremely well. He's getting his momentum back up. Come on, Scott. Great job. Up and over. Scott's time was a 136.09, a 136.09. Thing about these lanes as they change throughout the day, as the weather changes, as it gets a little bit warmer, or if it's colder, or if it snows, these racers have to adapt to every change and movement of this lane. Jeff Rogers coming in on a Skidoo out of Camas, Utah. Great job, Jeff. Coming in at the time of 136.77, 136.77. Few more in this Pro Senior Mod class. We have Robert McKee riding Polaris out of Woodville, Virginia. Robert McKee. Oh, got a little bit bucked right there. But he recovered. Those whoops right at the end, a couple of them are getting bucked just a little bit right on that last one. Cased his track just a little bit and bucked him a lot. But great recovery. Robert McKee's time comes in at a 1:38.57, a 1:38.57. All right, last in our pro senior modified class. Last but certainly not least, Jim Marshall from Polaris, Paris, Idaho. JD from Blue Lane Media's dad. Happy birthday to him, turning 66 next month. That will put him as one of the oldest in the pro senior classes, but guess what? It's definitely does not take away from him at all. Nice and smooth through that whoop section and picking up speed right to 8:14. These mod sleds, they're modifying these sleds so much they just about want to rip your arms off, and you can see it. Jim's time is a 1:32.56, a 1:32.56. That wraps up our pro senior mod class. Yeah. We will be moving up next into our amateur mod class. We got 19 amateurs running in this class. Top 12 make the finals for tomorrow. Ian Brown, we have first out in our amateur mod class, riding a Skidoo out of Wellsville, Utah. Ian's coming in so far, putting in a good time. Great job, Ian. Ian has a time of a 125.34, a 125.34. Grayson Batari riding a skidoo from Middleton, Idaho is coming up the hill next. Grayson picked a little bit of a different line choice right there, going a little bit lower than those trenches they got going on that second to last gate. That gave him a time of a 132.68, a 132.68. Next up in the amateur mod class, we have Riley Schluter. Riley is on a skidoo coming from Arlington, Minnesota. Good run, Riley. We got 132.79, a 132.79. Up next, we have fourth out in the amateur mod, Connor Gooden on a Polaris from Soda Springs, Idaho. Connor's looking nice and smooth through those berms. Whoop section looked great. Let's see if he can keep his momentum up. Great run from Connor. Time of a 133.34, a 133.34. Next out, we have Roper Spencer on a Polaris from Bancroft, Idaho. Here he's coming in at gate 6 right there. And right here at gate 8's where they start into the berms and the whoop section. Great job, Roper. Roper has a time of a 137.42, an official time of a 137.42. All right, we have Bumper McKee coming out on the amateur mod class. Bumper's on a Polaris out of Woodville, Virginia. Great finish for Bumper at a 150.42, a 150.42. Brady Ritchie riding a Skidoo out of Idaho Falls, Idaho. We have a time for Brady Ritchie at 134.65, a 134.65. Kyle Simmons, we have on headed up the hill on a Polaris. 9 Mile Falls, Washington's where he's coming from. Kyle Simmons making it to the top. Kyle Simmons time 144.15, a 144.15. Up next, we got Cohen Bateman riding a skidoo out of Evanston, Wyoming. Great job, Cohen. You got a 130.02, 130.02. Cash Payne we have coming up on an Arctic Cat from American Falls, Idaho. Cash Payne's time of a 139.88 to 139.88. Okay, we got Brock Keller riding a skidoo out of Edson, Alberta. Brock had some pretty good speed and momentum coming up. See if he can keep it up across these last couple flags that he's got. Nice and smooth up and over. Brock Keller's time come to a 124.78, a 124.78. That'll put him unofficially in the first position for today in the amateur mod class. Out next, we have Hayden Jones riding skidoo out of Pinedale, Wyoming. Hayden Jones' time is a 135.19, a 135.19. Daniel Winkelcotter we have coming up the hill at a skidoo, coming out of Daniel, Wyoming. Nice job. Daniel's time, a 133.47, a 133.47. Derek Jones, Skidoo out of Pinedale, Wyoming. Derek Jones' time is a 140.40, a 140.40. Tayson Stoker on a Skidoo out of Ashton, Wyoming, starting to come up the hill. Natalie Bear, this is Randy announcing. Natalie Bear's watching on YouTube. Today I am announcing, and tomorrow on Blue Lane Media. I'm supporting JD from Blue Lane Media, who couldn't make it today. Oh, it looks like Tayson Stoker had a little bit of a bobble right there just before flag 16. And I'll be here tomorrow as well, Natalie. So make sure you tune in for tomorrow on the finals and the last race of the RMSHA circuit here at the Tamarack Ski Resort. We do have a few new listeners. So like I said, my name is Randy. I'm usually at the races supporting my husband, Luke Reed, and our Cycles and Sleds team, AJ Stevens as well. But I'm here with Blue Lane Media announcing, making sure you guys are in the know on who's coming up the hill. We're catching all the good stuff at the top of the hill. Tamarack Ski Resort has halfway up their mountain a lodge where we are based at, and our starting line starts there. We're halfway up the lane here in the blue lane, catching all the stuff that the spectators at the bottom can't see. Technically, we are 3/4 the way up the mountain, but we wanted to get all the good stuff for you viewers that usually don't get to see the last part of the race. Looks like we have Ryder McMillan. This should be Ryder McMillan on Arctic coming from Silver Bay, Minnesota. This is Ryder McMillan. Jeffrey on YouTube cheering on Ryder, saying throttle until you see God, then brake. Come on, Ryder. And he laid down a great time. Thanks for the support, Jeffrey. Ryder McMillan with a time of a 125.88, a 125.88. Winston McKee we have coming up. We have our snowcat right there. Our snowcat right there. Watching the race on the best part. Amazing. Winston McKee we have on a Polaris coming up the hill right now. He's out of Woodville, Virginia. Those snowcats, they have some comfy looking seats. Big thanks to Tamarack Resort being able to help provide the snowcats, helping us get up here. All of our camera equipment, that definitely would have been a long haul. 3/4 away up the course. That definitely wouldn't have been a fun trip at 6 o'clock in the morning. So thanks to all the RMSHA help as well. And for the amazing race season. We couldn't have done it with all the volunteers that come out every single year and make this happen. Go Winston. Had Ray on YouTube watching you. Great supporter. Winston McKee's time was a 138.68, a 138.68. Court Spencer we have coming up on the hill, riding a Polaris out of Grace, Idaho. A little bit of a hang up right there just before gate 8, but he's up and going again. Let's go, Court. Way to the top. Keep her going. Great job. Court Spencer's time, 157.85, a 157.85. Looks like we got one more in our amateur mod that's making it up the hill. We got Carter Payne. Riding an Arctic Cat out of American Falls. American Falls, Idaho is where Carter's out of. Nice smooth transition of that wrong foot forward for Carter Payne going into that gate 16. Laid down a great run. Carter Payne's time, 136.54. A 136.54. That should be the last of our amateur mod class. Now we're running into our Pro Master mod class. We have Zach Wormers riding on a Polaris out of Bozeman, Montana. Zach Wormer's time is a 127.74, a 127.74. This Pro Master mod class has 12 riders in it. So that means all qualify to race tomorrow in the finals here at the Tamarack Ski Resort. Next racer we have on the hill, that's going to be Dolan Phelps, coming out of Fish Haven, Idaho, riding on a Polaris. Not only is Dolan here racing, he has his son here as well, Tragan Phelps, running a semi-pro. Whole family here is here out of Fish Haven. Mom, Dad, Dolan's racing, Tragan's racing. It's a whole family affair. Great family. He also has support from his stepdad as well, announcing down at the bottom for our spectators that sit at the bottom. They're a big help to the RMSHA circuit and make a lot happen here as well. Nice time for Dolan Phelps is a 125.19, 125.19. Next out in our Pro Master mod class, we have Dustin Pancari coming out on a Polaris from Idaho Falls, Idaho. Dustin Pancari laid down a good time. I could hear him whoop at the top. Time of 133.83, a 133.83. Okay, we got Craig Gates riding a Polaris. Craig's coming out of Rock Springs, Wyoming. Craig Gates' time is a 126.32, a 126.32. Up next, we have Trent Handsaker riding out on our first Skidoo in the ProMaster mod class. He's from Camas, Utah. Trent Handsaker's time is a 120.23, a 120.23. Natalie Bear off of YouTube asking a question, wondering how the Cycles and Sled Boys are doing. For those of you that don't know, my husband is Luke Reed, and our Cycles and Sleds team also has AJ Stevens a part of it. They're running over in the red lane today in the semi-pro classes, and so far as I know, they've done extremely well. Right now we have Justin Jacobson. Justin Jacobson's out of Montpelier, Idaho on a skidoo. A little bit of a bobble right there just before gate 14, but he recovered extremely well. Still kept his momentum up. Those mod sleds, you get those turbos on there and it gets a little bit more rowdy and makes a little bit more excitement for us. Justin Jacobson laying down a great time. Justin's time is a 121.12, a 121.12. That'll put him in second for qualifying in this class. Trent Hansaker sitting currently unofficially first at a 120.23. And Dolan Phelps sitting currently in third. Jesse Pottsick coming up the hill right now. Jesse Pottsick's out of Friendship, Wisconsin, riding on a skidoo. Great run, Jesse. You got a 128.62, 128.62. All right, one of your locals of here at Tamarack Ski Resort, you got Farron Gilbert on a skidoo coming out of Cascade, Idaho. He's one of the older gentlemen here running the RMSHA circuit, but heck, he sure makes it look easy. Farron 139.04, 139.04. Next up, we have Cody Brown on the blue lane. He's on a Skidoo out of Wellsville, Utah. Kicked out just a little bit of that trench, but still making it smooth up to the top, Cody. Cody Brown's time of 131.88, a 131.88. Few more left in this Pro Master mod class. All right, Scott Long, riding Skidoo out of Spirit Lake, Idaho. Gotta wait for him to get off of that bottom section of the hill. We're about 3/4 of the way up the hill. Getting all the juicy stuff at the top and getting your finish line for you. Oh no. Got a little bit rowdy right there, a little bit bucked off. That whoop section right there. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a replay right there. So we got this berm section, and then right at the berms, we have some whoops right here. I mean, throughout the day, it's been getting, some spots have been getting a little bit rough, and looks like he's coming down through the bottom of this section. Looks like he's a little bit more right than what usually, and his track hit the top of that, and it just bucked him right off. But he's up and going. Looks like he's okay. Fortunately, that'll give him a high mark. Looks like he's doing okay. He's just driving by right now. Danny Johnson, we have up next. They already gave him the green light. Riding a Skidoo out of Camas, Utah. Danny Johnson making it to the top with a 121.79, a 121.79. Garth Kaufman up next. Garth Kaufman's on a skidoo out of Alta, Wyoming. Let's go, Garth. You're wrapping up our Pro Master mod class. Let's make it a good run. Caught quite a bit of air right there. Garth putting down a great time of a 117.55. That puts him in first position in this qualifying class for Pro Master Mod. A 1.17.55. Nice run, Garth. As far as we know, we only have 2 more classes left in the blue lane. We have woman mod class, and then we only have junior second, age 12 to 13. This is Ayla Bateman. Ayla Bateman coming up, skidoo on Evanston, Wyoming. She's starting off our women mod class. These women, there's 8 in this class. They all qualify to run in the finals for tomorrow here at the Tamarack Ski Resort, but putting in a good run today is just as important to those ladies. Oh, come on, Ayla. Oh, no. See if we could get a quick recap of what happened right there with Ayla. She was just about there to the top, so she's coming around. They've gotten a pretty good trench right here. Like I said, all day long, they've been digging deeper, deeper down. And right here, this flag 16, so she goes to go up a little bit higher. With these skidoos, they want to stay a little bit more planted, especially across these side hills 2 skis down, and it just looked like she didn't have enough momentum and it just rolled over. These young girls are pretty dang light and sometimes just don't have enough weight if you don't have enough momentum going up there. But they caught that sled before it got any further down the hill. Let's go, girl racers. That's right, Natalie Bear on YouTube. Big supporter of female racers in the RMSHA circuit. I know Natalie Bear personally, and she definitely has been a part of the circuit before in years past. And big supporter in women in the snowmobile industry and especially in this RMSHA circuit. Want to give a quick shout out, Elevated Powersports being a big sponsor of Blue Lane Media. They make a lot of stuff happen, be able to help provide with equipment and being able to, for us to donate our time to come up here. We also want to shout out to all the listeners and viewers on YouTube and Facebook. Without viewers, we cannot make this happen. So we want to ask you, if you have a chance on Facebook and YouTube, to like, share, subscribe, and notifications on both of those platforms, whatever you're watching on. The support helps Blue Lane Media for us to be able to be up here and provide as good as a streaming service as we possibly can. Once we get that green light at the bottom, we will be having Hannah Coons riding a Polaris. She's from Helena, Montana. Hannah Coons. She got the green light and is on her way up the hill. The camera currently right now is facing on flag 6, so about halfway up the hill. I've always made it a point to watch these women racers in the RMSHA circuit every year, and I've been so glad to get a chance to watch them and see them improve and grow and see what they can do throughout the year. Haven't seen Hannah come up yet to that gate that we have our camera on. Must have a little bit of a hang up there, down there at the bottom. Looks like we are getting a DNF on the non-official time site from Hannah. Looks like she may have gotten hung up down there at the bottom. That's how it goes sometimes. I mean, throughout the day, I mean, it's kind of hard to see on camera, but throughout the day, as the weather changes and as it warms up or cools down, after each race or these lanes, get so much change and variation throughout the day, and sometimes they get trenches or tracks where they weren't there before, so getting hung up in some spots that, I mean, it's inevitable sometimes when we have those changes. So you'll get to see sometimes in our camera some stragglers or some racers with helmets just walking down the course, getting to take a good look at what's going on, trying to get a feel of how it is changing throughout the day. We do have Hadley West, though, starting up on the track. Hadley West is riding a Polaris from Rathdrum, Idaho. Oh, looks like she had just a little bit of a hiccup right there, but was able to save it. Oh no. Looks like she had a little bit of a hiccup. That trouble gate 16 that has just a little bit of the trenches that keep getting built throughout the day. Kind of kicked her out of that a little bit. Looks like she's standing up and doing okay though. She's got a couple people up there. That's the other great thing, having some racers up there. Not all of our races get to have hill help, but if you get some racers up there that are just taking a look, it's always good to help your other team riders. She is back on two skis, headed back down the hill. Fortunately, they'll put a high mark on her just above flag 16 right there. All right, next lady we have on the hill, Kenzie Poxick, Skidoo. Kenzie Poxick's out of Friendship, Wisconsin. Apologize if anybody had any disturbance in the Facebook live stream. It should be up and going for you now. We have Kenzie Poxic. If anybody missed out on who is up on the hill, Kenzie Poxic is on the hill right now. Coming up about on gate 15. Having some great speed and momentum. A way to go, Kenzie. That was smooth right out of that. Making it to the top. Her time was a 144.31, 144.31. Okay, we have Amy Perkins. Skidoo, Star Valley Ranch, Wyoming. She's next up on the hill. They gave her the green line. Should be coming up here shortly that you'll be able to see at gate 6. Great job, Amy, keeping that momentum around that corner still going. She's taking a little bit higher up and out of all those trenches. And there you go. Great job, Amy. Nice run. Amy Perkins' time is a 2:02.91, a 2:02.91. We have 3 more left in this women's mod class. Katie Miller, riding a Polaris from Dryden, Washington. I believe this is her first race of, is it of the day? Yeah, I think this is her first race of the day. Let's go, Katie. Catching up some speed. All right, they're coming into gate 7. Nice job, Katie. Good finish. Katie Miller's time is a 2:06.68. 2:06.68. Up next, we're going to have Isla Pearl Edwards on Skidoo out of Ennis, Montana. Laura Leanne off of YouTube saying, let's go, Katie. Absolutely. Girls represent. All right. We see Isla Pearl Edwards coming up here on gate 6. And she is cooking. Tell you what, she comes out here and she beats some of the men out here. Ray off of YouTube, let's go, Isla. Heck yeah, support. Absolutely. Way to go, Isla. Isla's time is a 1:28.82. 1:28.82. After Isla, we have Taylor Myers that's going to be coming up once she gets the green light. Taylor's going to wrap up our women's mod class. She is riding a Polaris coming from Soda Springs, Idaho. Taylor Myers coming out of those trenches. Amazing, smooth, and over the top. Taylor Myers has a time of 1:38.55, 1:38.55. That's going to wrap up our women's mod class. We are going to be coming into our last class today here in the blue lane. We will be kicking off the junior second, ages 12 to 13. We have 4 riders in this class. And up first, we have Cooper Spencer. Cooper Spencer is coming out of Bancroft, Idaho. He is riding a Polaris. Let's go, Cooper. Keeping the momentum up. And up and out. Awesome job. Cooper's time 149.75, 149.75. Up next, Keezer Edwards riding on a Skidoo. Ennis, Montana is where this boy's from. Kaiser Edwards. Sorry if I'm messing up your name, Kaiser. Oh, looks like we got a little bit of a change. Trig Jacobson looks like is coming up on the hill right now. Trig Jacobson, Skidoo out of Montpelier, Idaho. Yes, this is Trig Jacobson currently right now. Trig's putting down a pretty good run. Trig's time is a 133.29, 133.29. Before we finish up the races for today, you guys, make sure you hit the like, the follow, subscribe, and notifications button on wherever you're streaming Blue Lane Media from, either YouTube or Facebook Live. All the support we can get, and we will be here again tomorrow capturing the finals here at the Tamarack Ski Resort, the last race of the RMSHA circuit for the 2025 season. Blake Frisbee up on the hill right now on a Polaris from Greenleaf, Idaho. We'll give one more shout out for today to the Elevated Powersports being Blue Lane Media's sponsor. So thank you so much for all the support and help. Blake's headed out of those whoop sections, coming into that next session of side hilling across the face of the steeper part, getting towards the end of this lane. They've created kind of like a wall right there out of those trenches, and he came out of that really smoothly, up and over. Blake Frisbee, your time is a 1:45.54, 1:45.54. We should have one more. Yep, we have one more racer to go. Kaiser Edwards, Skidoo out of Ennis, Montana. Ray, once again on YouTube. Shout out to Kaiser. Says, go Kaiser. And nice time. Kaiser, that puts you up in first in the qualifying race for this second run on the juniors at a 1:28.43, 1:28.43. We're going to hang tight, folks, just for a minute. Make sure that they're not going to switch any of the red lane races over to the blue lane. So we're going to hang tight here for just a minute and see and make sure that blue lane is done for the day before we shut her down. All right, you guys, looks like we are wrapping up for the day. Again, all of the viewers that we've had today, thank you for the support. Go ahead, hit the like, subscribe, notifications buttons on whatever streaming service you are viewing, either YouTube or Facebook. Shout out to Elevated Powersports for sponsoring Blue Lane Media. And we will see you guys tomorrow at Tamarack Ski Resort. I don't believe the races start until about 10 a.m. tomorrow. So we will see you then.